Hello, Rabbit Stampede. Welcome, Arimian. I see you were first today. Got the first redeem for today and yesterday. And as we can see here, I could run Blender in full screen. I could also make it a bit smaller. So not too much of it is covered by important stuff. So welcome. We only have Rimian here. Rimian is worth 10 people. Oh, we only got Rimian here. Nej. Nej, it's cool. I like anyone who decides to show up. Yeah, I figured it's already this late, so I get the first. I got this story in a bit. It's fine. Leave me alone. You're the only one here. I'm just kidding. Or am I? So we got Pon Pon here. And okay, no, I won't leave you. I mean, if you have to go to the store, do so. Don't like force yourself to me here. Just checking everything on the phone. Right. I'll usually use it. Take a quick look at the server. Yeah. Some people say that they will be here. We'll see when they show up. Obviously, maybe not. Immediately, let's go. Give them time to set things up. Almost. Almost failed drinking there. Almost. How can I fail at such a basic human thing? There you go. Here's my project. So, here is the texture. Oh yeah, and I need to put up the preview window so I can see which which window is active for on the stream. Which I still oh yeah, and then it's I said almost above. Which I still like keep forgetting. I'll put it here at the top of the chat. I feel like it's a good place. So you said you were adding minor details the other day. What were those? Oh, yeah, I've been like tweaking slightly stuff on the texture. It's not nothing like huge stuff. like, oh, I removed this ugly stuff here, making it a bit smoother. Yeah, like using a bit high quality tongue texture instead of, it's not a huge difference, it's very minor. And it's stuff like that. So I stretched out these textures slightly, so the texture on the ears are not as stretched out, which is of course, I guess it's easy to do from the inside. It's still not exactly the same scale here, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't flow together, but that's asking way too much for me. So it's very minor things there. I could do on stream, but yeah. But it was easy to just do slight tweaks. I wouldn't do anything major though. So I'm going to add the body textures here. And we'll see how well that goes. I really should connect these two. This and this. Well, not like that. Wait, how did... Yeah. Maybe it looked like that. It really looked like I somehow moved. Yeah, I didn't know. Maybe I miss-saw it. Is that an expression? Miss-see. So yeah, what didn't that work as expected? So I should probably connect these two because it's these two parts. And also there should be a seam along this, which is here. It's not like I don't need to put these seams here, but it does help me like see where everything goes. Oh yeah, he's a very what do you say? Takes a lot of effort making these molds, so I need to put on my sportswear. So yeah, I should definitely put these two together. So let's see which of these belong together. Well, I managed to mirror this one. That's a bit funny. There we go. So then I just need to warp this, but apparently there's no like good warping tools in this mode for some reason. Like here in 3D editor, you can put the cursor here and then have like this. Yeah, I can warp it like that, but there's no such tool in here, unless it's a different combination. It's still a very useful tool. I do have other tools I can use. But if I had like something here, let me think. Yeah, I don't need. Ass big. Ass big. Big and big as an ass. That was of course not what I meant with But what I can do now is do that. Wait, let me see. Like that. And then oh yeah, I can't flip it around. Yes. I need to make it an actual. There we go. Don't ask me what I'm doing. Wait, isn't there? I guess not. Well, I can of course not read that. Wait, what's the 360, so this is 180. How many points can I have? I can have quite a few. Okay, good. Okay, I don't know how many points I have now. It's Chinese to me. Yeah, I'm trying to. There you go. I just realized I should be like that anyway. It looks interesting. The arena grekiska. Yeah, there you go. Now he's speaking my language. Literally. Ah. It's going to be a test pattern. I like messing around sometimes. There's no point to this, it's just me having fun. Does that look like what? 3 stripes? I don't know what that. I mean, I've heard him like mention, but more like I don't have any experience with their branding, so just with those approaches. I had a what burger for breakfast? Ooh, I had homemade burger for breakfast. Wait, what? I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go. So, back to blending. So I'll add a secondary material, which will be Coco. And then I will assign this here. And now yeah, it has some weird effects. But yeah, it's this seam I wanted to get rid of. And yeah, if you see these dots here, that's from a different part. Different effects going on, but that's I will resolve later. Now she's wearing a striped jumpsuit. It looks neat. It doesn't look that bad actually. I wouldn't. Well, I'm not a fan of stripes, but I could wear something like that in my life. Wait, why is this? Like off there. Oh well. Okay. This is slightly annoying to look at because I don't need to look at. Oh no, it's all uneven. That's not good. That's no good. And gosh, I want pets. Well, give her some pets then. What kind of pets does she want? Fish? Probably to eat. I pet gosh and she digs her claws into my leg. That's not nice. Cats can be so silly. They want pets, but then they like stab me with the claws. Like oh, wrong menu. Like petting you. Why are you hurting me? Even it out a bit. It didn't really hurt. I don't really feel much. My legs. Oh. Oh. Can withstand a lot of pain. But I guess I'm getting more used to that after all of the hair I've been plucking. Oh, let's see. Hmm. Nope, that did not work as planned. It was worth a try. Mr. Drew! Welcome! Oh, wait a minute, what's this? Luke? That's an interesting emoticon. You post as your very first message? Luke the rabbit. Bonelix sugar becomes hyper. Lurking by working. Thank you for stopping by and lurking. Lurking while working. I like the sound of that. Yeah, we're just working. I'm working on this too. 3D model. Pon Pon the Pon Pon. Love rain. By a giraffe. As we know, giraffes have rays of love. Love. There's no smoothing out this. Can I make it evenly spaced? Is it evenly spaced here? I guess it's not really. But yeah. Oh yeah, this thing is disabled. So I guess this will be more unit space at least. Party Pon Pon. Parties. It's a party when Pon Pon is in the house. The feral Pon Pon. It's so cute. Except during the process of making it, I do have working like the work in progress pictures. Let me. Oh yeah, Sketch Rabbit. Yeah, let me find it. Here we go. Wait, is it that small? Yeah, it really is that small. Well, I'll make it bigger. Here we go. The initial sketch, the more, I guess, cleanup phase, and when it's finished. Sketch Rabbit. Sketch Rabbit isn't real. Sketch Rabbit can't hurt you. Sketch Rabbit. The first one looks so creepy. But then when I made it, I mean, it doesn't look like a rabbit. It didn't feel like I was getting anywhere with it. But like it's just too ugly. It's not when I make the other emotes. I didn't feel the same, but this one just felt too off. So if you're an artist yourself and you feel like, just continue. It will work out in the end. Yeah, it will just be creeping here as the background of the chat. And to sync, sketch will still exist in the result since the sketch layers are only hidden but not gone. Yeah, I haven't deleted the sketches. I usually don't do that. Well, there's no point in me keeping them, but I don't know. I have such hard. It's hard for me to delete stuff. Yes, get your run, chat. People are going to be so confused when they come in here. Also, there's this song again. By Luke Rambo. Actually, no, the oh, it doesn't tell me. Luke Rambo, yes. It doesn't tell me which song it's currently playing. That's a bit silly. It is OBS built-in music player. And for some reason it doesn't tell me which song it is playing. But I know the artist's name. I know, well, more like I could look it up because I have put the artists, all of the songs in a single folder, like the folder of the source. The other one is Chillhop, which I play music from, which is more information about that on my about page. I did contact them regarding, because you're allowed to play the music on your stream and keep it in your vault, which I prefer. I don't want to, everything I play on stream, I want to be in the vault. I don't want anything to be filtered out. It's fine that other people do it, I don't care, but obviously you do what you want if you're streaming. But, wait, why did this one go like this? That's a bit weird. But I don't want to filter out, of course. Anyway, now the seam is gone. So now I can, well, clear seam. Because that's no longer a seam. This is a whole piece of the texture, which is fine. When it gets a TTS redeem, it'll be sketch with it. Great. In that case, I need a creepy voice. I mean, I wouldn't like. I guess I could have a TTS redeem. I wish I had a working computer so I could write some music for your non-gaming streams. Yeah, that would be nice. Sketch Rabbit's still there hanging out in the background. So, back here. That means I got some empty planes up here. So, let's see if I can do something about that. What part of the body is this? The arm. Okay. I've written music in the past, but my computer crashed and took my work with it. That was over a decade ago. And you never went back. That's sad to hear. Well, wait, what's this part? That's the neck. Doesn't really need to be a separate part. Could attach it to this one as well. I should do that. Okay. Which again should have a seam on the back, yes. Sign it here. So there we go. Now, it's also mirrored. For some reason. There we go. That was before I had a job, so I didn't have money to replace it. Also, why I didn't have a backup, didn't have money for it. Yeah, the same for me. And I haven't bought a new computer yet because I never needed one. You never felt the need to go back. But we did watch Noah's Archives. He composes music. Did you enjoy that? Now it's starting to look good. Yeah, no, he does. He uses Ableton Live. Kenny does it live, which is able to do. Yeah. Sorry for the obvious jokes. Don't apologize for your humor. I will apologize for my humor. we go. And yeah, and the music that is playing during the countdown before the stream starts, that song is actually composed by Noah's Archives himself. Or Noah, I would assume his name is. Ben. Which is also on my about page. Oh, I figured it was just a generic twist. Oh. I will let him know that he has composed a generic twist. Shame is not here. He has put so much effort into it. And yeah, I'm not sure if anyone else is using it, so I'm not sure how you came to the conclusion it was a generic Twitch song. There we go, now it should be synced up. And that obviously isn't irrelevant. But I should probably try to balance that out. Oh. It has this curve, but I enjoy listening to it while watching the bunny scroll across the screen. And you got some more alright. And you got some more bunnies here. My special carrot pointer. I rarely use it, but I do have it. My very special carrot pointer. It really shows my bunny theme here. So now it's more balanced here. Not perfectly, but yeah, maybe I should just continue like this. No. Sometimes it messes up. I'll start with that. It will be a good. I don't know why it does that sometimes. There we are, much nicer and smoother. High details on the front, less details on the back. My phone battery is about to go dead. I guess you can put it on charge and then you can go to the store. Without your phone. I think it's a bit more balanced, but far from being perfect. Alright, the store, I forgot about that. Oh yeah. Don't forget about the store. I should probably do that so I can come back quicker and wash the rest. Exactly, that sounds good. I will be here when you come back. There, that's what happened. Oh wait, someone's... What? No, there was nothing. Back to work. Okay, be back in maybe an hour, but I'll need to take a shower to decide how to finish this out. Remian will be back at 16:12. There you go. We'll see if you can make it. Oh, you're timing me? Maybe. You better be going then. Yep. Wait, bye. See you soon. Yeah, this is better. Much better than before. That means I can remove this scene too. Oh, it's a bit not full cooperative with me. There you go, the seam is gone. If you hear of any accidents in San Antonio, well, it won't be me. Well, I wasn't planning on, like, planning on. I wasn't. That wouldn't really be my conclusion. Oh, an accident. Well, that must be a thing. I mean, who else would it be? Question if I should merge the legs too. Because why are the legs two separate parts anyway? Now she got a brass piece on the side there. Yeah, I can delete this now. Let me save over the texture. Refresh. There you go, now it's gone. Now it's completely blue. But yeah, if I should merge the two pieces of legs together, but why would they be different? I don't know, maybe I'll keep it like that. Which are almost perfectly in there. Like it was meant to go there. Oh, that one did not perfect in there though. One could dream. Now it will fit. It doesn't matter because I get this whole empty space there anyway. So, well. So much for trying to make it more compact. There we go. Save. Export everything. Move it over here. Oh! Night Wolf 3523. Thank you for following. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Paw Pals community. Paw Pals partnership. I hope you enjoy the stream. Well, I will be making Pon Pon. Oh, I was distracted by something. Where I'll be making Pon Pon as in my persona in Crash. And good form. It's about time. Well, in that case, I guess you know that. I'll do that. I don't know. So this would be body. And this will just be the colored body of all of this stuff. So now the point is to have clothes down here, but it looks kinda in there. It's kinda hard to see, but it's easy to see here. But yeah, it doesn't need to be perfectly split into. The body is still a big important thing of the whole character, so. Here's me making. This is I guess Sarimi left and then I don't know. Yeah, the tweet new account number is really not reliable. Okay, somehow it felt like this was uneven, but it isn't uneven, it's even. Oh, Age, welcome! So, will the ears have physics to them, or will they be more, I can't think of the word, you know, like... they are tied to Coco's hair, so they will actually animate according to her hair. If that... So, yeah, it won't be like proper physics, but it will hopefully animate somewhat well. To a satisfying degree. I should probably add... I like adding like 20 pixels of padding. But that might just be me. So, I guess they work. Apparently not. Tried to be clever, but so much for being clever. Yeah, let's see that. Yeah, not that it matters anyway, but there we go. This means that now if I save this, well, the saving process isn't showing up, but I guess it's fine now. It has a lot of files and kind of for privacy sake, you know. So, I'm very small view here. If I update this now, that works. Now I just need to basically set everything to the on material, and there we go. Pon Pon without any clothes. Oh no, don't look. Just let you know, I'm still open about making a stage based around Pon Pon for my game if you're okay with it, of course. Well, like, I think I said this guy before. It's perfectly fine if you want like make a reference to Pon Pon. Yeah, because I mean the hard part about like having actually Pon Pon. It depends on how far you want meant with that, but yeah, I don't know. But of course, as can be seen here, there's this pattern which I of course want to put on the rest of the body and other stuff as well. So I will, oh no, I made a mess of my dress. That rhymes. Well, I guess I'll put it in the wash later. No, then that. I don't want to do like fill the rest like this. Wait. Oh, that's how. That is how I do it. And that one isn't even. Alright, minimize the wrong thing. There you go. Yeah, these edits there are always be when I zoom in. Also, Pon, did you ever thought of adding more detail to your character, not just a basic dress and swimsuit? What's wrong with Pon Pon? The dress is lovely. It got a nice ribbon around it. And the swimsuit is cute too. You got a nice tuft of hair. And a nice big bow on her head. She can turn into a rabbit apparently. Let me get closing of that. Anyway, doesn't matter much. This one will be an effect that doesn't show it in Blender because I don't exactly know how it's applied to Blender. Here I don't need anything, here I don't need anything. Here... Oh yeah, I added this thing for the eye. I was going to update the old eye. So much logic. So let's be seeing if I did 20 like that. But it should not make that much. What scaling mode is it set to? Linear. Okay. Good. Now I just need to change the way it does the... So I think that's a weird value. Sorry, let's see. No, of course, I just thought adding a bit more detail may boost the character's beauty. Do you like have a suggestion? Yes, I don't know. I do like it. Have a simple character design but not too much going on. Makes it easier to draw as well. So I need to invert the green. Yeah, so now it's a bit smoother. So if we go to Blender, activate Blender again, and then look at her eye, because it's not too visible. And then I'll save. Save the normal map. Like that. And then I update it. And I will look at the eye. Slight difference. Barely any difference. Anyway, it should be slightly smoother anyway. Not that it was looked weird before. Wow, they have detail to their face. I like those eyes. Obviously the tree textures, the landscape here is just Blender default reflection. Obviously they will be different in the game. To whatever the game has. But now this part needs some texture to it, like that. Which was what I was actually going to do. So now I go to Blender and look at the body, and I update. Yep, it's there you go. Oh no, she's naked. Don't look at her. There's nothing to look at, I guess. It's fine. Although it kind of feels a bit weird that she doesn't have any clothes, but... I guess the only thing left is the tail when it comes to about. I know the bow. I'm not done that yet, but that will be considered clothing. Because I will have it changed based on outfit. But I do have some more things like the feet here. I do want some more detail to them. Than just looking flat like this. And before someone asks, I will not add paw pads. Bunnies don't have paw pads. Have someone have asked me to add paw pads or like have, yeah, basically add or something, I don't know. Anyway, so I will duplicate these. So this I will use to generate the normal map I need. So I'll switch back to just the material. And this one I will use as the guide or the normal map, which I can do like that, but I will first add slightly more detail before I do the subdividing, which I will then so it more accurately does what I wanted to do. Oh look, I have its feet. Can I have it? Do you want to touch her feet? I would imagine her feet to be quite soft. Well, oh, it says it has the wrong mode selected. Something like that, maybe. Okay. A rabbit's feet is good luck. I need good luck. I mean, it's not like my feet gives me any good luck. There we go, look at this. That was a bit messy down here. Let me try to smooth this out. Now if I do this, yeah, it's a bit smoother. Not a new fine. Smooth. Not really fully, but good enough. Good enough for me, I guess. Pon-Pon's fish must be extra lucky. Hello, Lefarian. As I said, I don't feel like my feet are any lucky. Good. Versus. But yeah. It's good enough, I guess. So how did I... Oh no, I need a way to... remember how I did. Now I'll show you how to do generate a normal map. First I need to go to YouTube and remind myself how to do it again. I did watch a video before which I was really good at explaining how to do that. Maybe it was this one. It was maybe this one. So let's see. So
remember, don't hesitate to call on me for anything. Like you said, a human being, I'm gonna make you take that chance.
so what we do
Things have been different
is we have this. So we have the high poly version, and then we have low poly version. Should high poly version be bigger? But because I can't do that. Which is which is the one that solidify sync, which I put before smooth, so it solidifies before the smooth. Yeah, there we go. Compensate for how... Oh, I don't want that though. So just a bit and... So a bit compensating for how this subdivision function makes it appear smaller. But it says that this is all I need. All I need. I should. So I should increase the speed of the video. So all we need is a normal map, like that, very simple. And of course connect normal to normal, because that makes sense. Now it will recalculate. And then we need an image texture that the normal map will be baked to. And then create a new image that the it will be based on, and I will multiply it by 4 because, well, that's the size that I will use. It doesn't really matter what any of these set to. So the 2-bit float would be a very high quality, but I don't need that. But yeah, just generate that. And of course, normal web, like most things, are non-color. And then we can simply switch to the image here, which is called untitled because I forgot about giving it a name, but that doesn't matter. So first off, you select the mesh you want to use as the reference for your normal baking, and then you select the low poly version. This makes it so that it will be kind of hard to see because they are overlapping each other. Oh no, it has an inside. Okay, let me. Oh. Can I? I can't know. That's matter. Well, I can simply apply it, and then I can go into it, and then I can just select the whole inside of it and delete it, and just keep the outside. How does it even look? By doing the normal version. Let's disable that. It looks fine. Okay, anyway, back to our. So, yes. It will be tricky to see because they are inside each other here, but you can kind of see here where the low poly is the one that is very sharp here, while the high quality is the one that goes very smooth. And it's a low poly that is yellow and the high poly that is orange. That means that the yellow one is the one that is actually the active one of, but both are selected. So records are selected, it must be the low poly that is selected in the active one. Sorry, I've been so focused on the normal mapping here. You redeemed it 6 minutes ago. I just came back from a 10-kilometer jog. And I haven't done that in a very long time. I should do it someday again. Maybe not jogging, I usually just walk. So am I wee bit exhausted mode? I can understand that. So, and then we're going to use rendering. It has to be cycles. And then we will use baking. We're not going to do a regular rendering. We're going to use the render engine, but we're going to use the bake function of it. And we're going to bake a normal map. And it's important to, it's not important really, but because Unreal Engine does Y in the opposite direction, so you should set that to minus. It's minus 4. So that inverts the y-axis, which is the green axis, because Unreal Engine and Blender have the y-axis inverted from each other. It really depends which corner is considered as 0. And they are opposite of each other. And I wish there was a way to change that, but maybe there is. But I'll keep it as it is for the moment. Selected to active. Apparently be selected. And then you should have the extrusion max ray distance. In this case, he set it. Oh yeah. So the max ray distance can be 0, but the extrusion must have a certain distance. And that would be how far out yes, it has to look for the high poly version, which in this case is not much, but we can measure slightly here. We can see maybe a decimeter should be fine. We can work with that. We shouldn't be too high, I think, because that's going to cause other issues. Like this is a decimeter, maybe. What did he set it to? No, he actually set it to much less than that. But that's because he might be working a smaller scale, and that's fine. So yeah, I would say actually maybe not even a decimeter would be enough. Actually, it's hard to measure. It's kind of hard to measure. Actually, let's put it at 1.5 decimeter. So 15 centimeters. There we go. And that's also a neat picture if you didn't know. So it shows in meters, but you can write 15 centimeters, 15 millimeters, now 15 decimeters, 15 hectometer. That actually works. 15 decameters, it works too. But anyway, 15 centimeters. And that should be it, I think. And that should really be it. So make sure I have this correctly set. Local active, this set. Yeah, that's fine. It will output to that one. And then press bake. And now it is baking. And it's not taking too long. I mean, it's not the fastest computer, but I'll reposition myself. There we go. So, anything else going on here? No. Yeah, working. And then the picture should show up here. You don't need to bring this up here, but yeah, there we go. If you want to see the result, yeah. And here we go. Now, there's some artifacting going on here, but that's fine. So I'll save this as my doesn't matter what you call it. What color space is this in anime? Let's see that. Okay. Going back to Photoshop. I did save it at 64. No, 16-bit instead of the regular 8-bit per channel. And we can see, I guess it's very hard to see, but yeah, it's in the corner. Oh, this shit's too much in. That's flat. I guess it's hard to see exactly in the top right corner, but as you but maybe you're able to see it as I shift. Can I? Wait, I can't show. Oh, there we go. No, that's not. That's not the one I wanted to show. I guess there's no. Ah, strange. I wanted to show it back pixels. But anyway, it's kinda half hidden behind the chat. Great. Great job, Pon Pon. You're doing great. Wait, give me a moment. Oh, too much of it. Come on. Oh, come on, mouse. Stop. Whoa. I guess that's good enough. Where did it go? There we go. So, there we go. Maybe not blocking the chat. So, as I move my mouse around this area, the left side is showing the 8-bit values and the right side shows the 16-bit value. And as you can see, the 8-bit value can only change from 0 to 255. I mean, it's not showing that, but that's the only value it can be between. And in this whole area, it only shifts the green channel by one value because that's the smallest it can do. But the 16-bit value on the right side, those values change a lot because they have those values are so much bigger, and they are 256 times bigger. So they have a much higher resolution to work within, such high precision. This proves that the image it generated was actually a 16-bit image. So, and a reason why I want to save it as 16-bit is because I can now work with this in 16-bit, save the result as convert the result in 8-bit, and not lose any quality in the 8-bit version. That's 8-bit per channel, not just 8-bit in total. You might have heard about like 8-bit graphics, where it means that they can only use a total of 256 colors. But this is 8-bit per channel, which is like 16 million colors. Slightly higher fidelity. And the first thing I want to do is to split off the 3 channels. We got red, green, and I haven't changed this one to blue yet, and blue. Second thing I want to do is, I really don't want anything extra. No, this is just a 8-bit selector. I don't think this is a 64-bit selector, which is a bit stupid. And there's no settings to it. No. Oh well. Oh well. Not that I don't think I need it in 16-bit anyways. I can just convert it to 8-bit at any point, like now. Because I really don't think I actually need it in 6. Only thing, when you make those renders for like poses and stuff, and then you want to do adjust the color and brightness and stuff, that you should say that's 16-bit per channel. And then when you just do the balancing, color balance and stuff, in that case you want the high resolution, and then you convert it to 8-bit when you're done. It's important to merge all the effects, so rasterize the whole picture, and then you do the wow, red as blood. Yeah. So maybe didn't help me much. Scary, but I'm trying to figure out how to best go about this. I mean, I could just do that. Well, I didn't mean to do that though. Because then I can apply blur to it, make a smooth transition. then simply do it for all of them. Is this anyway. Next thing I want to do is do this. Oh yeah, I only need to invert the red channel. Not current levels. I got the green channel for this one. There we go. And of course invert the blue one as well. Music is really chill. I'm happy you think so. I really wanted. Well, it's not that I was looking for chill music. It's just that the music I found was chill. Music I could illegally play on this stream, that is. So, going back here, then I need, well, I have the whole body inside. Let's call it body. And then I copy over everything here. Good, it's taking a while. There we go. But then I need to figure out how it should look, just to make sure I get this correctly. So this is how it should look. So I think the first should set to subtract, and this should set to add, and this should, no, is it the other way around? It's kind of neat effects when you're working with this. Yeah, this is the one I want to do. And this should be set full effect of that. And there we go. There is a normal mapping on the feet. Also, are you gonna play the Henry Stickman games? I will. My current plans is to go through the Spyro and Crash games, which I'm still going through, and then we'll see. I guess I will do it. And I will let you know if I'm doing it. More like when I'm doing it, I guess. So you're not missing out. So back to Blender. Now, because... oh yeah, I need to fix this. Now, because Blender is now going. I haven't updated it yet, but if I update it, boom, there we go. Did you see it? Now, I mean, it's a bit wobbly here. Why is that? I mean, I can make minor adjustments in that, no problem. Wait. So, but now it really looks like there's 3D here, even though it's basically flat. But yeah, I need to balance it out, I guess. So, yeah, now it's even. It's not like you're going to look closely at her feet, I guess. But even from a distance, it still looks better. Like if you compare with the normal map to like flat actual depth to it. But yeah, not sure what's going on here though. Oh yeah, they're laying on top of each other. That's what's going on. Same thing on the back side. So I need to get that in order. Slight annoyance, but easy to fix. Like, what's the distance here? Is, let's say 40. That should all of them. This one is a bit more compact for some reason. So the distance here is instead basically 40 as well. There you go. Now, I apparently only did one of them. Haven't I seen it? Nothing that a repeated process can't fix. There we go. And now I can put them back in here. And now if we look here now, it looks fine. Yeah, I mean I still have to place this one correctly as well. But now this one is further down. That's no problem. Thank you for the nice neighbor. Don't know how much it can be heard. But yeah. So, exporting the new UV. Saving. Done. And also, yeah, I put the legs upside down for some reason. And let me just quickly flip them around and quick fix. Not sure why I placed them upside down. Doesn't affect the UV much. The UV render that is. There we go. That's the new render. It does mean I have to expand here. Yeah, let me close these. Sorry, I forgot to switch mute. Is it like a bit more than I want? I feel like I have delete. I can delete that, put these in here. And then I guess I can delete. Oh, I didn't know it was that much. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. Does this change anything? I hope not. No. Oh well. Not that it changes much in the... I was like... fun question, because I'm bored. You're free to ask almost everything. If there's anything you're curious about, just ask away. How would you feel if someone cloned you? That is a good question. I actually wouldn't feel so great about it, I feel. Like, that's... I don't think I would feel so great having a clone of myself. So if someone were to just clone me, yeah, I don't think I would be happy about that. I don't think I such a detailed answer to that one, more than I would be happy with. So maybe this one, take a bit more space, a bit more overlapping, as long as I don't go too much over. It's not like it's a hard limit or something. I can do whatever I want. These are distant. Nice and quiet. So next is to export another texture as well. And back to Blender. Update this. No, I didn't roughness here. Update this. Oh yeah, maybe I should update the roughness texture. Update. And then refresh them. Ta-da! It is Pon Pon with detailed pawns. Nothing I need. I don't know if I need an order. Unless you want a more defined butt or something. More defined breasts. I guess. How would I do that? In a way that it looks good. And how high up is it? I actually don't know, I haven't measured. I can adjust the height of it afterwards. I will place it and then I guess I'll ask if you want it. Yes, I guess they weren't done. More noise. So there's like the part in the middle. So let me get the oh, it's not part. I haven't opened it in a while. Give me a moment. It's the Pon Pon. Oh, yes, it's this one. There we go. Let me switch back. Oh, here we go. I should. This is raster graphic. I should. Not delete it. Convert it to a shape. So, starting off with a rough outline. There you go. I'm not sure why there's not like an option to move it. Freely. I guess it's not super accurate, but guess it doesn't matter much. I don't know how that would look. And it should probably just... Oh, let's take a look in that now. Huh? Did I save over the wrong file? It wouldn't surprise me if I did. No, I said over the correct file. Why did... Yo, hello, Rocket Man. Ah, I tried to update the wrong file. Yeah, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. It's a bit narrow in the middle here. Even though it's supposed to be wider according to the way the model is made. So how you gonna make the dress? I mean, by modeling it? I'm not really sure how to answer the question. Yeah, I mean, it's not fully accurate, I guess. Let me just do a slight adjustment. Oh, now it stopped again. Ta-da! Potato! Welcome! I mean, will it be a new mesh or just like a texture skin? Well, it wouldn't work as a texture. I mean, that would be some... Yeah, but I will make the dress a separate mesh, and then I will make a copy of this mesh, which I should have merged with this already. And then I will make a copy of the body mesh, remove the polygons that are hidden, completely hidden by the dress, and then I will take the copy of the body and the dress and export that as the mesh to be used. Yeah, that's the plan. And I hope it will work out. That is hopefully that will work. So that's what it looks like. I guess someone has to redeem the sportswear for Pon Pon. But I don't think it should be like. I don't think that's like the style in Crash to have like fully opaque like that. It's not like Pon Pon has black outlines. But I can make it like there is something. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, I do have to fix the normal map though. So I will do like this. Take this shape. But Coco has so many costumes in the base game. Will you replace them all? I will replace several of them, and I have some ideas for many of them at the moment. And I made a document, but I'm not ready to show it. It's very I guess the term scuffed would work. I don't know. I don't know if that's a proper term. So first, Coco has 6 times 5, that is 35 skins. No wait, that's 30 skins, not 35. That's 30 skins. 6 times 5, that is 6 times 10 divided by 2, and so 60, half of 60 is 30. Where did I get 35 from? 30 skins. And I have ideas for 15 skins at the moment. So that's half of them. So the idea is, well, it will be her dress, and then the 2 outfits you can redeem on stream, which is the sportswear and the swimsuit. And then I wanted to take the unicorn outfit Coco has, but then changed it to be a bunny outfit. So Pon Pon is going to wear like a bunny suit as a bunny. And then I also wanted to see if I could make Coco's outfit work on Pon Pon. So basically take the existing outfit. There's the balloon Coco, which I think I was thinking of just modifying the balloon to make it more appear more as Pon Pon, which shouldn't be too much work properly. There is the low poly version, which hopefully wouldn't take too long to make. And also the skeleton version of Coco, which I will take the skeleton and make the necessary changes to make it adapted for Pon Pon. Now I wish I had, wait, I should have. So now I've created a height map. Oh wait. The background should be white. No, not that one. The background. And then yeah, and then it will work as well. As a pit, I guess. So let's see if I can generate a normal map of this. There's a website. I don't bother bringing it on screen. Sorry about that. Too much effort. It's smart norm map 2.0 on smart-page.com. It's a very simple website. You just press load, pick the picture you want, which is a height map. White is high up and black is 4 down. And did I pick the smallest size? What I say? I should pick the big size. Big file size, quick to save. Oh, it's not, because this is just temporary. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. And then after loading it, you must press invert G. Invert, that is inverted green. But then you can increase the bias if you want, maybe 80. Press save, you get the picture to use. And I don't really need this in the scene because this is meant to go. I didn't want to have it in the normal. So bring this down here. And I should name these so I can keep track of these. These are the poles. And now no, so yeah, there's that one. And there's the normal map version. And now comes the annoying part of splitting the channels. I wish there was a quick way of doing it, but there isn't. You split the channels, then it's 30. Where is this 2? There shouldn't be any red. That's weird. Well, and this shouldn't be 30. That's a bit weird. It doesn't matter really. Anyway. I'll just have to work with 30 instead. Right. There you go. Oh, is this 1128? No, 130. Weird. And also invert these. There we go, nice. Nice. You can do the same thing about green, but this one is 128. And then invert. This one also has to... Oh, sorry, I've been so focused on working, so I didn't see your comments. I'm sorry about it. And welcome, raiders. Let me just read the comments. I kind of ignoring. So will Pon Pon hold her own laptop or something else? Well, since Coco has animations where she uses the tablet as a tablet, I will keep it as a tablet, but I will probably do some redesign because I need to make sure it works in Pon Pon's hands, fingers. So, hello, Grims. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome, raiders. It's a Grimmy raid. So, Grims, what were you up to? And the usual. Yeah, you were playing with I know Benny, Greg. Those are the only two I followed. I don't remember who the rest were. I haven't really gotten much into the community. Mm. 8 other. I know 2 of them. assuming they were in that. So there's 6 more people. I haven't really learned yet. There are so many streamers. So many nice people. Oh, I got. I think I forgot about. So subtract on the one, add on the other. No, the green one is inverted. Subtract, add. Now it's correct. And roll to 50. Now this should be correct. I should be able to save this. And maybe I really don't need the actual black texture on the body. So going back to Blender and back to your comments. Oh. Oh, and that was awkward. Stream will continue. As usual. Is my chat working properly now? Audio is on. Where's the... Can I see my attachments being chatting? No? Oh, there we go. Wait, how do I... How do I get the... Yeah, when I'm back to... So yeah, Cream's supposed to rating me and then I just work on autopilot and just I was had raiding in my mind and it just wrote raid instead of shout out. I'm stupid. And then I didn't even realize. How do I get? Oh wait, this is how I do it. Yeah, there we go. Now the chat is working as it should. Yeah, I'm stupid. Well, it was the first time. I mean, it happens. That was still more. Yeah. Well, I got to look at Grims. Oh wait, Grims, were you still? Well, I'm back to the store. I haven't taken a shower yet. Just calm down, putting everything away. Good, like this. Well, yeah, hopefully everyone found a way back. Well, okay, I was about to do. Let me do it properly this time. So, there we go. This is what I wanted to do. That's the command, and that's that command. Beautiful. Now it's worked. Yeah, and also I had this preview window at the top of the chat, and at the top of the chat it tells me what if it's the shout out or the raid, so I couldn't even see it execute the raid. Otherwise, I would have reacted to it. The issue of only having one screen. I did find a cable that I could, because this computer has an HDMI out. I have a screen which does not have an HDMI in, but it has a DVI, which is, well, it's kind of similar in the way it's a digital video port. It just doesn't have the audio or like other stuff HDMI has. However, when I do connect the computer to the screen turns, like, the picture disappears from time to time. It does that a few times, and then it turned, just the picture was completely gone. And if it just disappeared like randomly, it wouldn't matter much, because that's not the screen I'm actually working on. But then it just completely disappears, and then well, I can't use it anymore. I tried. 60 head weight. Oh. Wait, the answer there, yeah, this will be 40. Yeah, it has to, when I start the stream, it has to show the ad. Otherwise, you will get an ad when you join, and that would be very annoying when I get raided and everyone gets the ads. So I get through with the ads at this as when I start the stream, and because I restarted the stream, it wants to show ads right at the start. And I have the ads play at the start because that's when I have the countdown. And that's fine. You got a look into my personal life now, you know. Actually, technically, I cannot see, which is a bit, I guess it, yeah. I don't know how you do your streaming, but when I stream, which I do from OBS streaming client, when I do a raid, I can actually not see the channel I'm raiding from the streaming client itself. There might be a function to do that. The only thing I get from the stream is the as chat. So I actually did not see your stream while I was confused of what was going on. The chat became all weird, and then I noticed something was weird. So back to modeling now. That was I fixed this texture, so I added this. So now I guess it's hard to see. Yeah, it's very hard to see. There's some effect, but I guess I need it to be stronger. So let's make it twice as strong as the first test. So that is why I belly. So that is I guess it's because of the, let me lower the strength of the outline, because I guess I could have, and let me remove the outline first. As a first test, let's see how, yeah, but it does like, so this is only shading. I guess that's enough, really. I don't need any more than that then, I guess. But then the question is how should it be higher up, lower down, further down? So yeah. Do you do Twitch emotes for other people? I started on an emote for Benny. I have not completed it and I haven't touched it for quite a while. But we came to the agreement that just in case this would happen, that he would only pay me after I've completed it. So in the case that I'm not pressured by any money and like that, and since I haven't completed it, I haven't got paid, and that's just fair. Shower time. Bye for a while. What do you mean? So, but because it was a human emote, and I'm not that great at humans, so if it's be back shortly, I assume so. Yes. Bye bye, Arimian. We'll see you soon. But if it's like an animal, a furry or some sort, I could probably do it. Like one of the... So these are the very early emotes, while these are my later emotes. And I would say that I guess it's not like a huge difference, but I would say that the later ones are a bit better. So yeah, if it's an animal, I could probably make it. But at this very moment, I'm actually cleaning my house because I need to move. Yeah, I think I want a white and black cat doing it there. Yeah, that seems more into what I probably will be able to do. But yeah, we should probably go over this after I moved and settled in to my new place. Is there a reference for higher, like human proportions? what's like the height? Oh, let me know if I should move it. I just placed it randomly at the moment. Also, Twitch is a bit confused if you are a raider or not. You wrote... Yeah, you wrote 1, 2, 3, 5 messages. Well, it just didn't recognize you as a raider, but the 6th one, and now the 7th. Now you are a raider. I have a white and black cat IRL, so I want it like my IRL cat. That makes sense. So yeah. So basically, anthro furry version of your cat, I assume. That would be like what I can do, you know. Unless you want like a feral version, I guess I could try that. It's a bit harder to do like emotions and poses and stuff. I did one with Pon Pon, but that was that was a silly one. I guess I could do like a feral version too as a bonus. Like the feral Pon Pon is a bonus emote for those who donate bits. Everyone who has donated at least 1,000 bits, which are 4 of them at the moment. Oh, Grims, you are only 998 bits from getting it. So close. Which is part of the leaderboard, so that's public information. So was like 998 bits. That's so far away. So what? So son of a I'm a daughter of a doe. Anyway, I'm trying to like look at the proportions here. I found like proportion. So if I look at the body, take a screenshot. And reference image. Not that Pon Pon body applies to the whole thing. But according to this reference I found, because I'm trying to make a good height. Yeah, sorry, my hands are so fast for my mind. Sometimes I forget the typing words. Oh, that's it. Yeah, can I recognize that? I think that is okay. 126, and I just played 35, 126. And so if I place like Pon Pon and do the same, sorry I'm not showing what I'm doing, but as well by they sure are working a lot out there. It's a little bit quick work here. 361. That means that it should be 100 pixels up. Whoa, that can't be true. Yeah, the proportion of Pon Pon is not. It's not human. I only measured the torso, so the proportion of the head and legs wouldn't affect the final result. But yeah, it's. I guess I could just height. Oh, of it whenever I need to. Let me close these. I guess I could add a bit of shading here if I take these, which has it like this, but if I invert it, so the inner glow is like that. And make it softer. I don't know. Trying to make it look good. And there you go, that's, I don't know. It does look good, yeah. Anyway, that's very fine. Any further adjustments can be made later, I guess. I just still need to add tail. The tail is just a dot here, so I need to unwrap the tail. So I guess, yeah, there's nothing on the inside. I guess I'm just no, that's not line, that's line. Alright, see there, and is this like a mod for a game? As it says, as it ends up, title putting Pon Pon in Crash into Crash. Yes, I'm replacing Coco in Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. Wait, well, Pon Pon, of course. But the Pon Pon part was probably obvious. But yes, you are right. It's a mod. So here we go. There's a lot of parts. A lot of these I should be able to. Maybe I don't actually. Let's clear this seam. Clear. And unwrap again. No, unwrap. Oh, not exactly how I thought it. I guess that would be a logical conclusion. Yeah, I did not shoot the time of the stream. TikTok has done this to me. TikTok. It really depends on how you're viewing the stream. I don't know how obvious it is. Yeah, I do try to. Do try to have the title clarify what's going on as best as I can. So yeah, and since Coco has a bunch of outfits, I will also have a bunch of. Why is this rotated like this? Is this a phone number? Like 8 June 75. No. No, but why would it? This almost looks straight. I have posted stuff on TikTok myself. TikTok.com/Pon which are the same videos. Wait, that's not how you look up a user. What's the format for a user? Okay. Wait. Why do I have to do a captcha? There we go. Pon Pon the Bun Bun. There's also one called Pon Pon Bon Bon. Pon 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 Bon. Pon Pon the Bon Pon. But Bon Bon underscore Pon Pon 1. So many people. Yeah. So I made I made videos on YouTube. I post them on TikTok as well, but where I crop them down to 1 by 1. So they are full screen on YouTube at least. And for some reason, 2 of my videos have gotten 99 views. And they've had 99 views for quite a while. The other videos haven't gotten that many. And apparently the one I really thought was going to be the most popular is the least popular. So that's interesting. I'm confused. Don't worry about it. Who are you? Wait, who am I? Don't worry about it. We are here. No. Don't worry about it. That one. There we go. Select everything. And now I need to scale this down to a suitable size. Like a third. And let's get it down to like 1/3. Yeah. And then I need to change the material to Coco. There we go. Shade smooth. And now I guess it could be. Is that about the same? Yeah, don't mind that. Hard to see. Scene. Yeah, there's a C on the back, but what can I do about that? Even though the backside is the one you kind of going to see the most. Anyway. So that's why you can set seams on the edges. On both edges. The sides, I meant. I guess this is fine. But that means I need to place this somewhere. Let me squeeze it in here. So move this stuff over. It's important to have some padding. Otherwise you're going to get bleed between the parts. This is not a huge problem here because they are only like the same white furnace. I can't move the Well, I can, but then I have to make sure I move it 50 pixels down. And before I forget about it, I need to also make the same change to the pose. Yes. Oh yeah, that's a lot of work. Okay. Is it subtract? Is that add? And I know what I know I'm not showing what I'm doing at the moment. And then this one should move down 50 pixels. Save and export on the map. And back to Blender now. If I switch here, update is good. Yeah, it's slightly above. That's to avoid any. This would bleed as usual. Don't bleed. Well, that's not going to help me anyway. I can move it a bite a bit. Move it over a bite. Yeah, this is very tight. Well, I guess I could move it further down now. Move it down 50 more then. Since I fixed it. Allowed me to change. Oh, the stuff with the noise. And then I can also move it like 50 in that direction. So I'm moving the part on the normal map. I can end it here. But no map update and all stuff. Yes. So the only thing I now have to do is expand the part here. So it's covering the whole foot. Oh, now they're going again. I don't know how much is caught by the. I heard when I listened back to some videos that soft background noise is being heard. Yeah. Here we go. But I don't, of course, not always know how much this can be heard. Yes, but it doesn't matter too much. So this one has that rough texture, and normal map should have this fur texture showing. And that's about it. Now I can save the normal map and I was gonna say the normal texture. But it gets a bit weird. So update. Of course, normal map not yet updated. There we go. Well, I didn't mean to throw you around. So the tail can be joined together as well. I do want to do some. So actually, let me split off the tail. Duplicate the tail, and then I want to make the tail higher. I want to add like details. Yeah, in this case I probably should specify. And there we go, now I can see. Not exactly what I wanted. Now it looks a bit weird. There's of course the knife command here. But it's hard to get it exactly how well. I do have this. Maybe this helps. No, I did not do it on both sides. How silly of it. But this works. Ta-da. Uh-oh. Pressing the wrong buttons. Still pressing the wrong buttons. Welcome. Hiya, Bailey Bear. I hope all is messing up to it. The word bear. Bear, it is bear. Welcome, readers. It's all about family. It's all about family. We're family here on Twitch. Friend. Thank you for the follow. Lex. Lovely. Welcome. Roxy Sling. Cotton Candy Corey. That sounds nice. Made out of cotton candy. Salutations. Thank you for the follow, Corey. Welcome. Lex Lovely. Trinity 3333. That's a lot of threes. Runiki X. Welcome everyone. I am Pon Pon, I think. No, a bunny, and I am at this moment creating a 3D model of my persona, which is meant to be put into Crash Bandicoot. Well, not anymore, the latest Crash. Well, latest platforming, and It's About Time. I love your character design, thank you. It was, yeah. So I did contact Violet Echoes on Ink Bunny for a commission, and then I got this bunny, and it's really, that I'm happy with the design. And yeah, credits and stuff is on my about page. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. Let me do the shout out. Shout out this time. Actually, managed to do a different command last trade. That was embarrassing. So, what were you up to? Can I call it what? What can I call it? Bailey? Would that be your name? I don't. I hope so. Kidney. Thank you. Thank you. Lynn. Roxys. We were playing What Remains of Edith Finch. And then switched to a weird cult game. And I actually don't know about either game. So you can let me know anything you want about how what the games are and how your stream went, if you would like to. I'm interested. And yeah, you can call me Bailey. B or B. I think you wrote the same thing twice. Stopped in a few days ago while at work and kept tabs on it. Oh, you've been keeping tabs on me. A spy. And thank you so much for raiding. With such a big raid, we were like 2 people here or something before. Or whatever Twitch said it was. Twitch isn't good at counting as it is, so. Oh, BB. And now, yeah, that makes sense. I think Bailey is the easiest for me, but yeah. But thank you. Yeah, I do have the hard. It's so hard for me to remember names in general. So if the nickname is basically just part of the name, that is much easier for me to remember. Because some people have given me, like, you can call me some completely a different name. Well, yeah, sure, but I'm not going to be able to remember that. And it's also a bit confusing if I refer to someone by name and that's not the username. From my personal experience being on other streams, it's easier if it's part of the username for everyone, I think. But let's see. The other thing where I browse streams on occasion by lowest view count to check out posts that might need a bit more funds divided. I just post that seem fun to watch. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I sometimes do. I do prefer sorting streams by the lowest count because that's mostly so. Because there's a lot of popular streamers with several thousand viewers, and you can't really interact with these streamers mostly. Maybe it's through redeems, but if you write something in chat, you're likely not going to have the streamer even notice that. And well, I'm happy for them being gotten so popular, but it's more fun for me to actually chat with the streamer. So it's more fun to find lower people with very few viewers, and it's of course better for them to also get another viewer. Yeah. And then and that too, if I find someone, I do try to raid people with lower view counts as well. And And hopefully they might trade me back. And it has happened, so and it's nice. as it was, it's all about family. We're a family here. We're yeah. And now I ran out of words. So and I do streaming. Oh, they didn't want to remove that. And well, yeah. So I do 3 things on stream at this moment, I guess. Being the this now trying to work at the same time I speak. That's not going too great. And so it's this modeling, and then I'm playing Crash and Spyro as the 2 other things, playing through every Crash and Spyro game. And currently going through the Game Boy games. I'm also in the process of moving, like in real life. And yeah, that's a lot of work. So but I hope you have a good time here. You're so talented. Thank you. Yeah, same, but with the Spyro, that's Crash never clicks with me. Doing a hairstyle for this month for the first time, and then I'm just left with the moment. Oh, you're... Well, I do want to check out Raiders myself as well. I usually just write down the Twitch username and then I come by. But I will actually look up what have you been streaming lately? I do like to get what was it? I usually try to find streamers who do play Spyro and Crash, but I do try to find streamers through other means too. But it's easier to find something I'm very familiar with, and then it's easier for me to get into the community. And then I stick around as they play other games. So and I might just so you're actually starting playing Spyro, like you're going to do the first, because I'm I'm spying on your schedule at the moment. And I could not find a previous stream with Spyro, but I see that you have it scheduled for, that will be next week. So I guess I'll have to. I finished all other console games other than Heritage. Oh, was that? Yeah, I can't find. Because I wanted to see what you played recently. It's not anything you played recently, I assume. You played unless it haven't saved the bots or something. I don't know. I'm trying to I try to but yeah. But I'm interested. I should definitely I'll have to try to show up on a stream and stuff a few. Yeah, that explains it. That's why it doesn't show up. But yeah, I should definitely give you a follow back. And back. Technically. Yeah, you did follow me a while back. On the 8th. A while back, that's not a while back. That's 4 days ago, but was it? Oh yeah. Yeah, I said yeah. Oh yeah, I can't follow because I'm not. I keep the page open and then I'll. Can I follow from here? Yes, I can. Good. There you go. Now I follow. I don't have the browser open to save performance. Yeah, I'm running a laptop and it's not doing the best performance. I'm also streaming on single screen. It's not the. I'm working with what I have at the moment. It is working, but sometimes it can be. Sometimes I do silly things, I guess. but I hope people enjoy it. Oh, I have this thing anymore. Oh, another follow. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Darius the Snow. And welcome to the. Well, I guess I call it like the Paw Pals community. Suggested by the cute spotted. Trying to determine what animal it is. Purple, drinking something nice and hot there. Very cute emote they have. Yeah, I don't have any nostalgia for the mobile arcades, but I do love the PlayStation ones, and I have a custom spider Coco on the no. Coco. Oh, it's the like a full body suit style thing. Yeah, it's the yeah, I see. Yes, that sounds that sounds cute. I wouldn't mind having such a scene on as a bunny. That would be fun. But yeah, I do have nostalgia for the original trilogy. And I'm perfectly happy with the Reignited, even though I know some people aren't too happy about it, but whatever. No, then okay, looks like as planned here. I'll fix something up. Oh, and they remanded to the art book one. One of my sisters got me. Oh, you got the awesome. And also, which might, I don't know if it's obvious or not, English is not my native language, so sometimes I might struggle with the language. But yeah, your sister got you the art book. I didn't. I've actually not thought about the. Because I know there's like concept art in the game. Is it like the physical form of that? Or do they have even more art in it? I know it's a lot more. Yeah, that sounds good. A lot more art, a thick art book. It's a hardcover thing, like okay, that is a lot more. But the game contains like 50, 20, I don't remember. It's not too many. That's just a taste of the real thing. A hardcover, that's good. That's a nice quality. Hopefully it's good quality. And I hope and you seem satisfied with it, this one. I do like the they have put a lot of effort into the art, and I do think it looks quite good. There are some obviously not perfection, but it is very good still. And it's also important to note that it's not it's not like an HD version of the PlayStation 1 game. It is they have just reimagined some of the characters. Anyway, I had to sleep, so I'll leave you. Like, have fun, monthly. Thank you for doing that, and have a good good sleep and good night. And thank you for raiding. So it's very kind of you. And I really struggle with raids. I'm so introverted, and it's kind of crazy how I'm streaming in the first place. Yeah. And thank everyone else who came by and are still here. And if anyone is curious about anything, I am willing to, well, I guess answer if you have any questions. Sometimes I feel like people are curious about things, but they are, I guess, afraid, maybe not the correct term, of asking questions. Oh, but feel free. It gives me something to talk about as well. I am obviously a white rabbit with a pink dress, with pink eyes. But I am. My favorite animal is rabbit. I know, such a big surprise. I am from Sweden. I speak Swedish natively. That is my native language, which is why I refer to English as not my native language. More of this. Being a bit low here. There we go, that's a bit nicer, I would say. Cool work so far. Thank you. Yeah, get putting some. I don't know. That's kind of how I imagine. Cool work. I don't know. As soon as it's word cool, I. But thank you. I'm glad you like it. Putting a lot of effort. Oh, that's a bit too much. Maybe it should be a bit softer actually. Let me increase that first. Yeah, I want more like that. That's more like it. That's more like it. Yeah, that it is. Maybe more like that. Okay, let's see. I'm getting a lot of messages now on Discord. Sometimes I have had people write to me on Discord something they could just as well have written to me on chat because there was nothing private about it. Let's do that. Well, yeah, maybe I'm already doing it. No, spare designs. Yeah, I don't think I should do that. Anyway, They should add some more fidelity to the tape. So now it looks like that. It's all edges. It looks like, yeah, I like that way. So now, with this fixed, how far out is this? Almost 3 centimeters. So let's do 1 decimeter, I guess. So the process should be the same. So what I do is I duplicate these, select the texture, which I'll use the untitled again, which is this one, which has this at the moment, but I'll override that. And then I will generate the normal wrap again. And I will lower this to, let's start with that. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how long this will take. Doesn't take too long, that's good. Progress bar at the bottom of the screen shows the progress. The progress bar shows the progress. Hopefully. There we go. Wait. Where did he go? He didn't. What? Is it to this one? Yeah, it does. Yeah. What? And now I'm confused. I guess I'll switch over to this one then. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. because I haven't changed anything. It should work. Well, I guess I'll try again. Maybe it was something I don't know. I thought I said everything correct. What? I don't get it. Why isn't it working? I guess I'll just make a new one then. Untitled 2. It says clear image before baking. I don't know. Maybe it was because I saved it or something. Blender can be a bit weird. Okay, so apparently if you save the image, which I did, it might result in it referencing the file on the disk and can't properly replace it. Yeah, now it worked, yes. There we go, here's some. It baked in the normal mapping of this thing that it shouldn't have done. So let's switch this over to no material. Remove. And let's do it again. Third time. Was it fourth time? It's the fourth time, I think. We have Lynn. You're still here. Thank you for sticking your hand. Wait. Don't. What's going on here? Someone's poking her nose and someone else is licking her back. It's licking her ear. Okay, no, I didn't bake in that thing good. Save. No lick here unless you pay her. Oh. I mean, I guess I'm not against that idea. I do accept bits for emotes. I mean, that's kinda how Twitch works, so. And there is a licky. Wow, I was joking. No, like, €100 and you can lick. Give me a lick. I'll do it. He gives me money. Finally back. Hello, Arimin. Wait, how long ago were you gone for? Oh yeah. You left 6:40. Wait a minute. I said that you were back 6:12, and you came back 16:12. I meant, and you came back 16:32. So the 20 extra minutes you said was actually 40 extra minutes. So it was quite like, but still ending up 2, which is nice. But anyway, and then you went away again, and when you were back, you went away 16:40, and yeah, that's like half an hour later, 17:10. I got another raid. And I did not use the wrong command this time. Hiya, Bailey Bear came in and raided, who has been lurking and keeping an eye on me, and brought in 37 viewers. Back from that, not still dead, yeah. Yeah, I'm very bad at estimating how long it takes me to this. Estimated 1 hour 20 minutes. It took 1 hour 40 minutes. I mean, that's not bad. Wait, proportionally speaking. And then $108, $128, $105. Okay. The last one I knew. Hey, trust me, I knew the last one. There we go. And then 8. And finally, this one should be inverted. This one should be inverted. It took an hour and 40 minutes longer than I said it would, though. The previous time I showed up, I hadn't taken a shower. Like, oh yeah, you're right. Then you go one hour and then 20 minutes for showering. You came back 1 hour and 40 minutes and you still hadn't showered. That was 40 minutes extra than on your... Well, I guess I'll take back what I said previously. Here you go. This looks interesting. Oh, that was naked Pon Pon. Let's clear that. I never saw that. And this would be, wait, doesn't, no, tail doesn't have a separate one, so tail. Belly button, how lewd. I mean, her breast was naked too, yeah, like. I like her, you call it crotch, was like bare as well. So I didn't, it was a bit more than just a bare tummy. Which, if you redeem the sportswear, you'll get to see her bare tummy. If you enjoy watching it, looking at that, I guess. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, someone redeemed the sportswear. Make it Pon Pon, how naughty. Yeah, that is pretty naughty. But being naked. Again, you want to see some magic when I apply this stuff? Let's go to Blender. So, I don't need the hard color anymore. Nice. Okay, let me switch to the proper material. There we go. This is how it looks at the moment. No definition to it at all. Let me. There we go. And then I just need to update this and it will show up here. But yeah, the tail will start showing definition. And there we go. Now it has these, well, I guess lines here. I should probably just not have it this strong, and it also has these sharp lines here, especially here. As I said, I'm going to make it a bit softer. I don't need it to be this strong. It is very strong. It's only meant to be a soft hint of detail. Update. Yeah, that's a bit softer. Pon Pon butt. Do you like the butt? Should I add definition to her butt? Well, yeah, there you go. Here's Pon Pon with the tail. So I guess the next thing is to do the oh, I need to apply the mirror. No. There you go. And also I don't need this one anymore. So I got Pon Pon. And I got the ball. Yeah, define that butt. It's not like her butt is going to show when she's wearing an outfit. So I don't think I have. It's the same with the said before. Should I add like some kind of definition to her breasts so we can like actually see that, because it's very flat at the moment, even though it is supposed to be. But it's always going to be covered by clothing anyway, so. So I don't think I need to put anything towards that. Oh man, I never thought I would see such lewdness. Yeah, there's nothing here. She's so flat. Yeah, I'm just being silly. I mean, I was thinking about it, but... To be fair... So anyway, here are the bows. Mess of points here. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'll try to... Yeah, there you go. And then try to unravel everything. So I focus on this one then. How does this whole thing... How is this whole thing put together? In a very confusing way, that's for sure. Untangling. Oh, is it? Oh yeah, I did. Connect the whole thing. So that one goes there. And not this one, but this one goes... Yeah. Yeah, no, now I'm getting... Where's the... Yeah, that's... Here is one of them. Wait, why is there two connected to the same point? What a confusing mess of lines. Not sure how you're gonna fix this. Looks like a spider's web. Yeah, I'm going to try to sort them up based on where they are connected to. Why does that one connect to nothing? Work my way from there. Oh, here's another one of those. So, and then I guess I'll just select across like this, which shows up here. Oh. So, and then I just try to solve these first. Why is that one? Yeah, I'm confused about that. I guess it's just split, nothing more than that. And then what's this? This doesn't look normal. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that one is. And we hide that one and hide those. And then I just organize these as well, and then like that. Party Pon Pon. Dancing. She's a maniac. I don't know the lyrics. And then I guess I'll just connect all these to these or something. So if I switch to shared vertex, I can see like these connect. Okay. So for this shape, I need to invert it that way. And now, not sure what's the deal with that one. They should hopefully connect. Let me double check. Yep, everything is connecting. That means that I can merge these together. Like that. And then this, I guess, expands further. And now, oh look. Oh wait, what is this? Does one of these connect? Like, yeah, those are supposed to connect. And this is just a rogue vertex. Something. I guess it is. It connects to that one. So I did fix it. How about that? Clean up the spider web and made it a proper UV mapping. Ta-da! So I will have to wait. Oh yeah, I see why that's the case. Oh. So I will have to make a quick bathroom break, and I will also fill my drink while I'm away. I wish I had like wait, can I apply that? Yeah, that means Pon Pon is away. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes and see you very soon. Pon Pon is back. Let me unghost myself. And you got some extra time on the outfit as well. The outfit was kinda... The timer was gonna run out before I even left, so I gave some extra time while I was gone. And according to Twitch, everyone is still here. Good. Happy to have you all here. And put on my headphones again. How would Pon Pon even wear headphones? So, I found a rather unsettling Snorlax plushie chest. Well, I do have a Discord server where you can share a picture if you would like. I guess the meme channel will vary where it goes. Anyone else here who didn't know how the Discord server, here's the link to it. So, back here. Okay, maybe that unsettling story plushie might not be suitable for the server. Right, the server is technically 18 plus. So there's like anything goes. Nah, maybe we should try to restrict ourselves a bit to not post anything. Yeah, I probably shouldn't. Why did you mention it then? Oh, you being a bit silly. So, the bow that Pon has is from the Polar Bear Nancy. Where's the bow? Let me... I said it is incorrect. Export setting again. What's the... okay. Will this won't take too long. Okay, I'll switch over to here. I'm trying to figure out where this beautiful leg. Let me reposition myself. Yes. so I don't tick the same. So I'm trying to. So this is the polar bear. Polar bear dances normal map. I mean, it's probably easier if I overlay it with the regular texture. There we go. Which I guess you could also claim is a bit unsettling. And there we go. Now I see here it's supposed to be. Give it a few moments while the thing is generating the normal map, which I need. While I will scale this up. The best I can. These must be the skis. Is that what we call it? No, wait. Skates. Looks kinda interesting unwrapped. Really only this part I'm interested in. The bow. Yeah, how is... I need to take that too. Give me a moment while I export the UV map for the polar bear. Since I need it to. I'm using a different view at the moment, so it's not showing up. But it's a bit quick. I'll save it in here. The same folder. Exporting. Oh, spaghetti. For Pon Pon to lick. Do you think I'm licking up spaghetti? Well, I guess you're right. Who put brown things in my spaghetti? Oh look, I got a carrot pointer. I can point at my own nose. Look, there's a bunny here. Smoothly scrolling. No, really, you haven't commented on the lack of a thing here, so... Not like there's a Pon Pon eating emote she gets angry too. Oh, so you want like... no, eating. I tried to find... I guess there's nothing. I guess the closest is this one. Yeah, it wasn't that nice, was it? I'll do the fading instead. Fade in, fade out. In case I want to point at something. Sometimes... okay. Then there's not exporting the view map. That means that I can import the view map here. Yeah, let me show the more powerful computer. And there it is, the thing I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other bits emotes I could make. And I guess one of them would be Pon Pon's paws, or a user named Shy Neko Neko, who is not written anything yet, who might still be here, lurking. Is there a eating big sip emote then? Well, there's one specifically eating donut, but there's not one that's anything. Stinky paws in Shy Neko Neko always says that. If Twitch could introduce more steps of bit emotes, I guess I could have to the clean paw and then a bit more you get the stinky paw. Oh no, it looks like Pon Pon has grown a foxtail and she's very shocked and embarrassed about it. It had generated this thing. Now I can... Wait, what's the... Ah. That's why I bought 4098 and 4092 felt wrong because it's 4096. There we go. Hello, I'm here. Welcome, kitten. I was wondering when you were going to show up. I've been missing you. And at some point, no, I'm going to make that joke. Clean is enough, no stinky paw. But you said stinky paw. But I guess Shy wouldn't be happy with this stinky paw anyway because it wouldn't have any beans. I've been missing you too. It's a slow day at work right now. I'm the only one in right now. You should get like paid for every missing person. Imagine work like that. Like I have a certain number of people that should be in at the moment, and if a person doesn't show up, that person's pay is split up amongst everyone who are actually in that moment. And to be fair, if there's no like, if a person fails to show up and haven't like reported them being sick or anything like that, and the rest of the people have to compensate for the missing person, I think that would be a fair way of doing it. To be fair, the fair way to be fair, yeah. Like you get, yeah, you have to take over that person's job, but you get extra pay. And the more people who are missing, the more pay you get. Oh, Lolly dear. Hello. You surprised me. Only because Shiny Neko isn't here to say it. Oh, I see you saying it. Oh yeah, hello everyone. We are buns here. Good tasty pastries. Oh, that's not what they meant by every bun. I want a pastry bun. I want to have a bit of time to hang out, but I hope everyone's having a good week. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, despite me not having much time. I really appreciate that you choose to be here. It does mean a lot to me. That's a lot of pay. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? It would... all good so far. I was here, I love the Lolly new. Lolly is famous here. It's not like I'm talking about Lolly new every stream. Licking the sugar bowl. Oh, okay. Sportswear, a bit of a change of outfit. That's Pon Pon expressing herself with different outfits. So now let's see if I can add the bow. So the bow would be added to the bottom part here, which would be the outfit part of the whole thing. But since I'm done with this, I should save this as body texture. Like that. And what I will do now is that I will merge the whole thing into one layer and call it body, I guess. In body. Now I have to change the spelling. I'm going to get annoyed by it. And kitten. The reason why I am the only one here is because my supervisor had to step out, and I am the next one in command at that point, so work. Oh, if you're taking over your supervisor, do you get a bonus for that? I'm always talking about bonuses. But I think you should be rewarded for your good service at your work. You have an important position. You have shown that you are, well, doing amazing at your work. And I want you to be rewarded for how good you are at your work. And now I will call this one textures outfit, which will be a separate, which has all the outfits merge, all the textures merged into one. Saving performance on the computer. So let's start with default, I guess. So, oh, it almost fits perfectly here. But maybe I should place it over here. There we go. I will save this one. Oh, the wrong command. Well, I will still save over the regular textures, I guess. When I save it, test it. So when I go here and update this, because then I'll just update this here. Yeah. Wait. Why is it so small? Did I make this too large? Maybe I did. The question is if it should be larger. Let's add Coco. Shade smooth. It looks a bit weird. Oh yeah, I think I forgot. Pressing wrong button. Okay, let's see. I mean, I could take the supervisor's test even though I just got past the other test. Well, it really shows how dedicated you are. And you should get a raise for doing both tests. There we go, now it looks normal. So anyway. Yeah, it's kinda, the thing on it is kinda big, so if I, yeah, this looks to be about the same resolution of the textures. I think I should double it in size. Yep, probably the wrong texture. And then it's still not the correct size. How is it not the correct size? Weird. So it's no, it's not like 1.5. Like it kind of 1.5, but not really. Let's go with this. It's not warped. But at the same time, not. This is weird. Well, I guess I will generate an even larger reference from Nancy, which I can use to make this more accurate. I'm not sure how it ended up like this. It's all so wrong. Alla kan spela lagging. Which now led to design for singing on. And I mean, I could do the whole. I'm not including audio in the pod scene, but I did not do it. Anyway. Yeah, there is some vocals in this, but it's not really lyrics. This one has a lot of, well, it's just one more on the other side, so a lot might not be different. I should probably aim the microphone more towards myself. That might make it sound better, and also I might also speak a bit louder as well. That will also help. So And yeah, I'll also notice when I listen back to my own recording, I sometimes have trouble understanding what I'm even saying. And all I can imagine is everyone in the chat is just nodding along. Yeah, that sounds good. I have no idea what you're saying because you're mumbling. But yeah, it sounds good. Sounds better already. Thank you. I'm putting some effort now. So cute. Cute sounds. You are cute sounds. So, anything interesting going on? This is technically the first piece of clothing I'm adding to Pon Pon. So much of this being off. But then I have to probably go through this and adjust it further because I want it to be more accurate than this. I'm thinking of generating this UV texture I'm following at the moment. Generating like 4 by 4 times, I guess would be 4 squared the resolution of what it is now. 4 times the width, 4 times the height. That's what's called width and height. That's what's called now. The switch word for height is height, and I can see how that works. Height, height. The last sound difference is basically the difference in cat and gato, and then width is bread. It is kind of different. Yeah, anyway. Hey, I'm playing a Link to the Past and got turned into a pink rabbit. Oh yeah, that gave me credit, a pink rabbit. Yeah, I got to hop off, but have fun. Hop off. I see what you did there. Hey, have fun, Lolly. Thank you for staying by here. I really appreciate you taking your time being here. It doesn't actually mean a lot to me. I'm not very active on the server. On Lolly's server. I'm trying to be active, but it's hard for me to socialize. Oh! Roxy Celine is still here. There we go. Maybe I should just more on that to hydrate. So, double hydrate. Lynn is following. That means 200 followers. Celebration. Party. I don't have an on-screen party thing. I should have something. Yay! Woo! 200 followers. This one still says I have 195 followers. It's kinda update. Congratulations, I'm so proud. Now it says 200. Whoa! Let's go for 50 more. Thank you, Lynn, for being the 200th follower. I mean, minus those who have unfollowed, but you got the cross the 200 follower goal. Whoa! So many fun times. I mean, now you make it sound like it has been so fun, but it's time to go. No. It will continue with more fun. Yeah, it has been fun. It was scary when I started, and I realized I'm showing the wrong view when I've been working. But does that matter? As I say, I sometimes forget what I'm doing. Hey, that's me. Being forgetful. So now I can generate the actual UV for the thing. For the outfit. So give me a moment. I didn't update. No, not yet. Now it has updated. So this is the actual UV. And this is the one I copied. Wait, it's pretty good. It isn't perfect, but it's very good. But I will make it even more perfect. Just to wait. Hysterical laughter. Yeah, maybe this is good. Before, yeah. I probably don't need it to be this tall. This is probably enough. So yeah. So saving that. Oh yeah. Stay save, yes. And then save the normal map. Save that as well. Done. Going here. Update this. As update, there we go, that's that gone. So, but it's flat, so if I update, boom, now it got details. Look at those details. It's got so much detail. Yes. Anyway, it's good. It is good. But these also need, and here's where I place them normally. Wait, that's not the one. Still not the one. So again, let's switch them over here and see, like, oh hello, face of Pon Pon. Now again. So it seems to be a bit too high resolution. I should test it. There's some normal mapping, you see. Let's ignore that. First off, I think it should be more squished together. Or even more, maybe. Maybe that looks more normal. And when it's done squished together, it definitely fits in here. A good space for it, right there. Right there. So I do want. Does it matter? There. Export. So I get. I got the blue armor now. Wait, armor? Isn't this a tunic? I'm not that familiar with Zelda, more than you get like tunics or something. Shade smooth. There we go, but this one should of course be pink. So switching back to the drawing software. So this, I should just call this bow, because there's going to be a few pictures for the bow, and the bow is going to show up on multiple outfits. So. It's referred to as the blue look it up. Alternative form, but okay, so just a different spelling of male. Okay, not the same as male. M-A-I-L, like in email. But in this case, we're referring to it as this one from Middle English. It may from the French word, yes, with the same spelling as what Rimian used. Armor consisting of metal rings or plates linked together. Well then, if it's referred to that, I can't argue with it. Now, what I'm curious about, which I do like to look up, is which regions of the world prefer using the term male and male. But it's not going to work because male is another thing. Too many requests? No, that's not. Oh, sorry, you sent too many requests to us recently. What? This is my. I have barely sent you any requests. What are you talking about? So. So if I type, sorry, I'm being distracted. That's just who I am. I am an easily distracted bunny. Trying to look up the French spelling. using male armor as the phrase. The only place that actually used the French spelling is the United States. But going into more details shows nothing. But yeah, that was interesting, but I didn't get anything out from it. Yeah, mail, chainmail. Yeah, I know the feeling. I get distracted easily too. Yeah, back to where I was before. So boink. There we go. No, wait. There we go. It's filling the whole area. Of course. I have to make sure I don't overlap there. I don't need this other, but I don't know. Wait, which is which? Let me just quickly check on Blender. Okay, so bottom is here, top is here. So, which should the bottom or top? Maybe the bottom should be the dark side. The dark side. And the top should be the light side. And historically, chainmail was referred to as mail. Chainmail itself, as a term describing the armor, is a modern invention. If you say so. Yeah, I have no idea, so. So I think the lighter one, because the lighter part here is on the top side of the knot thingy, and the dark is on the bottom of it. Therefore, I'm thinking the dark should be at the top of the straps thingies, and the light should be at the bottom, kind of making it so. Yeah, the dark is like below the bow, below the bow, below the bow. If that makes sense. Yeah, it's rainbowy. So this was the light one, so it should go on the bottom. Like that. And then I picked the dark, and it should go on the top. Well, I gotta go. I hope you have a wonderful day today. I might apply for a test at work soon. Ooh. But I hope you have fun. Bye, Evelyn. I love you. Bye, Keaton. I love you too, and I really hope it goes well for you on that test. I'm really curious what this test is suddenly. I've heard you talk about some tests. Maybe company secrets or organization secrets. So I wish you the best of luck. And you have done so great so far, so I can only imagine it continue going great. My co-workers today, or last night, however you see it, well, it's the day for me, were asking if I practice any martial arts. I answered yes, and they asked if I could fight my Taekwondo master. I said if a master the fish fought a master of the sword, there would soon be a master with no fists. Do you actually practice martial arts? I mean, yeah, I just have to be honest. Or if that's just part of a joke. If it's real or just a joke. Not that I am calling you a joke. What? Can you spell that out? H-E-M-A. The heavy erect metal. Erect metal is a different word for sword, okay? Historical European martial arts, okay. Maybe I should have got the martial arts part there. Well, well then, I hope it goes well for you. And I wish you the best of luck. Because you need no. There's my selection. So where is the there? Yeah, that's not exactly what I wanted. What do I want? That is a good question. I should have asked Lolly for that thing. Maybe I shouldn't ask it on stream. Maybe that's a bit not proper. But I don't like sending private messages to people unless I've established connect. Like, it's very busy. We should have a lot of stuff to do. And yeah. I like So let's see how this turns out. Or maybe that pink stripe, like the pink stripe, yeah, that's good. Should probably not, yeah. Yeah, let's make it very, very, very light. That might be more suited. Yeah. It adds some texture to it. Although the inside really should be and then select one step out. Move this down. And then let's see. Okay, if I move not what I'd expected. Yes, this is what I expected, but okay, maybe I should hide these and then maybe it will be what I'm looking for. And do I really need this on the inside? Maybe I do. Maybe I should keep them anyway. $35. Good. Oh. So export this. Doing a lot of little work at the moment. Oh, it's been going for almost 6 hours. I'm going for 5 hours. But yeah, not very tiring this stream. That would be the new position. Which I will add now. Yep. There we go. It is the new position. And this below. We'll simply sorry, so slow at the moment. Act as the shaded area. So basically this, maybe even darker. I haven't had anyone to practice with in a long time though. Everyone in our group just stopped showing up. That's sad. No one to slice up. Just slice them up into nice little cubes. There we go. Bite-sized pieces, yeah. Too much on an afternoon snack. Luminance is not what I want. Color, yeah, this is more like it. That's more like it. Do you want to replace? Yes, no, sorry, I still haven't. Again, I forgot to update the view. By the way, refresh. There we go. Yep. Oh, inside the head. But I really need to find a way to... I might work on that off stream. Ooh. Where I make it so this whole pink thing is just a single color, and then I can just fill it with whatever color I need. So I guess that's a resolution, even though I don't really need a resolution. So maybe I should keep it small. She got a shiny nose. So I want to put it here, but it doesn't really fit in well. The ribbon is looking lovely so far. I'm happy, I think so. This is a mess of Yeah, I need to. She doesn't even line up properly. Well, this part seems to line up properly. Almost. Well, I guess I'll just have to. What if it's like a snap to closest for each individual point, independently of the rest? Yeah, that one feels so off from the rest. And I didn't even align properly. Oh. Wait, does one side have more polygons than the other side? How does that make sense? In little heart-shaped pieces, if possible. Like, why is there one extra? What sense does this make? What sense does it make? Yeah, of course this one doesn't fit. And why would it? That would be too convenient. At least this one doesn't seem to have extra polygons. Oh no, it does. Why? Probably a line. Swimsuit time. Apparently, I got to do that. While using Blender. I want to get a keyboard. It must exist. Give me a quick search. I want to get a keyboard, which is keyboard extension F13, F24, I actually don't know how I even would phrase it. Point. Keyboard with only F13 to F24. Now I'm still getting keyboards. Yeah. It must be because they are like because wait. Okay. Because there are I can't find it. Because there are like number pads extensions to keyboard, usually designed to be used alongside a laptop. Well, when they don't come, this laptop does have another pad, which is quite convenient. But when I don't have it, you can actually get the number pad by USB, which is just a keyboard. It's a completely normal keyboard in itself. It's just that it only has the number pad. Windows registers as a completely normal keyboard. That keyboard just can't press anything else than the number pad. I hope that makes sense. So I want exactly that. But this keyboard should only have F13 through F24. And as some of you might know or might not know, that F13 through F24 are actually F keys. It's just that most keyboards, with a few exceptions, most keyboards only contains F1 through F20. F1 through F12. There we go. That's what I wanted to say. So F13 to F24 are perfectly normal keys, which are just registered as normal by several some software might not register, like recognize those keys, but those are just badly designed software. As far as I know, OBS should recognize those keys, so that should be fine. But basically what I'm trying to say is that therefore I can have this keyboard which I can press on. It does one of those function keys. OBS will register it and execute the outfit change, or other things for that matter. I don't even use F1 to F2, much less F13 by 24, not 34. But yeah, I mean, you don't even have a computer, so what are you talking about? F1, I probably never use the only time I press F1 is by accident. F2 is the rename key. I use that one the most. I think maybe not. It's also the edit cell in spreadsheet. Because when you normally edit a cell in a spreadsheet, and when you press left and right, you want Hong Kong. Normally when you press the left and right keys, it will go to the left and right cell. I still use a computer at work and never use the function keys. Well, I mean, that's a work situation. That's not like an everyday situation. For everyday situation, you might use F5 for refreshing a web page, F11 to put a web page in full screen. Works on some software as well. And F12 is the debugging page on web pages, like on web browsers. And no, it's mostly web browsers using the function keys. But that's it. F2 is common, is like renaming files, and also, well, the cell, as I said, when you edit a cell value in a spreadsheet and press left and right, it will go to the left and right cell and stop editing the cell you're working on at the moment. By pressing F12, you're going into kind of the edit mode, the fixed staying inside the cell edit mode or something. And when you press left and right in that case, and it will move the cursor within the cell. Quite a useful function key. If someone here didn't know about that, I'm happy to have taught you something new. Quite useful. F4 is in spreadsheets. When you're writing a formula and refer to a cell, pressing F4 will switch the reference to locking the column, row, or column and row, and then the 4 to this going back to the, no, the, yeah, and then it goes back to nothing and loops around. Could be useful. And finally, Alt F4 is to close the selected software, which is also a useful one. Which is a joke that some do, like, oh, you need help with that? Well, press Alt F4 and I'll surely help you. Alright, let me import that one again. There we go. And Pon Pon, you're so silly. You're so silly. Allow it when you're silly. Okay. Yes, yeah, I probably have to straighten that stuff out or something if we're going to do this. So, right. Oh yeah. And to do that, let me create some markers. Here we go. Go. No, I need to move back. Oh, I can't, no. Not yet. Almost. One more. No, I wasn't worse. Got it, yeah. Doesn't matter much, but so it will be used to see that I have nice. It's like sofa. Sofa texture. Sorry, I should have shown you. There we go. But there we go. What is? Oh, like it. Yeah, I'm thinking like sofa. I'm still gonna use one size. Hence this part. Confused. So no, everything. To be fair, it only needs to be somewhat straight, not perfectly straight. Yeah, I think that's enough, really. So let's do what I was planning on doing. Ding, 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 ding. That means I will import the QB map once more. There we go. Down. And then where is the thing in the middle there? Why does it do this? There we go, finally. It's so weird sometimes. Doesn't matter much, but anyway. And finally here. Perfect. I think. Well, I'll test to export this and then I'll see how it looks. Boom. That's a pink bow. With a slight gradient. Should gradient be the other way? I don't know. I think it works. A slight gradient so it isn't like too boring. I know, do you feel like too much too much effort? Maybe not. Or maybe. Okay, I'll try it. So what I'll do what do we have here? Pikachu. Oh, it's I was going to ask you, who have you subscribed to now? That was a global one. And also hydrate. I shall hydrate. Pon Pon licking Pikachu's ramen. He lifts it up, Pon Pon licks it. Must make sure it's good to eat. Pon Pon can confirm it is good to eat. And so although it's Yeah, it wasn't exactly what I was thinking. Okay, so I have to do it that way anyway. Oh, well played. Now you're messing around with the global keynotes. Considering how... No, maybe that's why. I was gonna say, considering how stingy Nintendo is with their characters, but I realized Pokemon is only co-owned by Nintendo, as far as I know. But still, therefore technically owned by Nintendo. They are, as far as my research has gone, owned by they are owned, the Pokemon are owned by 3 companies: Nintendo, Creatures, and the Pokemon Company. So now there's even more Canadians going on here. So, update. And I was brighter on top as well. I think that's better. I think that is better. So, what I'm thinking... Oh, right. Problem is... with bows... I think these are bows. Just that they have all these dots over them, so I can't take these. Okay. Shame. But I should be still being able to create a form of normal map with this stuff by creating a height map. So the bows will be on full height by default. And then they do this thing. Make them really blurry. Maybe I should have 2. Let me test that. Yeah. Anyway, I'll test this as a height map. And I will not save it as a small size, so speed up. Then I go to what is it again? Smart white norm. Smart norm map something. Smart dash page. Not showing this on screen. It's just too much effort to me. The website is just smart-page.net/smart-normal/ yeah. That's the page. If you're generating normal maps from height maps. Height maps, that's something else. And there we go. And and because I'm not using any patterns, I don't need to convert these. Like how I did for the body there, where I split them up in channels, made additive and subtractive stuff and so on. But that was because it was supposed to add on to the fur pattern that the body had as well. And I could add like a texture or like a textile effect. Maybe that's overkill. Anyway. Guess I'll test this out. Did I invert the... No, I did not, so I need to invert that. But the inversion of the green. Here we go. Boop boop. Now I could see that inverting the green, because when I inverted the green it looks like it was indented, but now before I inverted the green, when I forgot to invert the green, it looked like it was indented, but now that I have inverted the green, now it looks like it's coming out. And that's because in as I've been told, in like the default, unless there's a sun defining where this light comes from, we kind of see it coming from the top, maybe from the left. So having the in having the green inverted with, because the bright like this means that it's going in, and dark like this means going up, out. So this is indentation. I was looking for a different word. A valley, there we go, a valley. The same goes for that way, but if we were to invert both the red and the green, now it looks like it's indented. This is for like human vision, and this is for the computer. So I mean, they could have inverted both the red and the green, so it's easier to tell like a human, but oh well. Oh, whatever. More nerd stuff with Pon Pon. Now that I have inverted the green, let's see how this affects the bow. Oh wait, I need to... Boom. Well, not much. I mean, it did one line there. Should be two, but there's like a, I don't know. It was worse than a 10. It doesn't look great. Yeah, just more stuff that goes over my head. Yeah, it didn't look that great. It was worth an attempt. I'll probably find another way of doing that. Yeah, this is my bow. So it has, so wait. Oh yeah, there's more stuff I have to do. First off, there's this texture, which is the FC. You should also have this stuff, but I need to look how it looks on Coco first. Cow. Okay, let's see. This is the Coco's C texture, which is just color. C for color. And then I guess it's just a base color. This is the FC. It's kind of like removing the light, like the shading of the whole thing. So as you can see, right, I'm doing this. Don't really get what it's doing. Like the clothes here is very flat. So I guess I'll just do that and all this to just be a neutral flat color. Merge everything together. Right how it's selected now. Essentially it's something new. Ah, no, that it was just wrong. It was just wrong. There you go. And then there's the FW. Again, don't exactly know what it is, but we can go back to Coco and then we can see, if I load the FW, we can see here what the name is. We can see that this is Coco's body. It has this dark color, but when you look at the clothes here, it has a slightly lighter color. So I guess I'll use that for. But you can also see that on the shoe, a slightly different color for the texture, like the textile and the rubber. But yeah, whatever. I'll use the textile. It has a slightly different shade. I guess it does something. And then we have the metal, but the bow has no metal in it. The normal, which I've already done. And finally, I guess it's technically not final, there's one more. But the T is always white anyway, so I'll basically ignore it. The roughness. And what roughness does the clothes have? Well, they are slightly more rough than the body. And at the same time, they are meant to be, I guess bow, I could see the bow as being more like a, not like, actually, more like a shiny, not like fully silk, but but let's go with this. It's slightly less rough than the body. This one I should save. And that's about it, I guess. So if I go back to Blender and update, let's save that. After I remove the things I didn't need. And yeah, there we go. I'll redo those. And then I go here and update. Yeah, there's such a slight difference. It doesn't appear. Maybe there will be a difference in the game. I don't know. It's like dark. Hello, Lynn. Still hanging around? Very safe for that. Head pet. Head pets all around. So, well, there we go. Double head pet. Oh no. Twice the head patting. So, how about since alright, no, I need something weird. Since I've been streaming in 6 hours now, I think it's 6 hours. I mean, the stream doesn't tell it because I restarted stream because I made a mistake. But I started 14 as far as I know, and 20 minus 14 is 6. So as far as I know, I was streaming in 6 hours. At this time, the microphone wouldn't be working in this outer screen. The previous stream, I had it muted. And it's the settings of the microphone is per screen. So on the countdown screen, for example, I have the microphone muted, so you can't hear me while it's counting down when I'm preparing stuff. Some random facts with Pon Pon. Rabbit Stampede. On the better episode. So, some random links, but what might be of interest is that Discord link, because I do have a Discord server. There's not much activity there, but if you kind of want to get in contact with me off the streams, and yeah, so you don't have to worry about getting bombarded with messages. I mean, sometimes there might be a small conversation, but it's a very calm server. Later. Celebration. So I would like to raid someone I haven't raided in a long. Like, I want to raid Bonnie Boliv. She is a bunny streamer. No, she's not. I mean, she's a human streamer. She has a bunny theme, but she is playing Altars of the Kingdom. So, as far as I know, some people are avoiding spoilers at the moment, so that might not be appropriate. But we could go visit Papa Wolf instead. Who is playing Quake 2. And now I'm actually going to use the raid command properly. Yeah, I was raided before and then like, oh, I should do the shoutout / raid. Oh no, that was the wrong command, and I couldn't even see the countdown showing me that I accidentally started a raid, and yeah. And no one told me. I mean, it's not your fault, but at the same time, no one told me like, yeah, that raid's It started, what's going on? But it's all my fault, of course. So... Papa Wolf has been showing up on my stream sometimes, so I think it's quite appropriate to go and visit him streaming. I think, and we I guess share a moment is my classic, but any emotes of mine is great to use. You can make this one, or this one. I don't know. I usually use the initial one. That's of my choice. But right time. Oh, too early.